So jumping right into it here, we always like to zoom out and start on the monthly. We can see relatively, no change with the monthly. It's basically the same, a little bit higher, a little bit higher high, a little bit higher close. But other than that, monthly remains unchanged. We're still in this breakout of a longer term balance. Current or previous monthly low still sitting at that 40.62 quarter, right? That would be a significant change in market trend if that level were to be broken. Switching over to the weekly here, we can see so far this week, and these levels are a little bit skewed because of the contract change, but we're still kind of holding a gap here between the previous week, is what this looks like, which is weird because there's not, but yeah, I'll have to look at something else here to kind of see that. But yes, I mean, so far, weekly still one time framing up, still in that breakout of balance mode. We'd like to see this continuation, um, where we have decided that there's kind of another equilibrium here is up here at this 4508 level. We kind of see, kind of is resistance, support, resistance, resistance. So we'll see if that level gets attracted by the market and we kind of come up there to that 4508. Longer term, obviously. We have moved up. I mean, if you think about it, really when we were just balancing in this week from this for this all these weeklies lows, we've moved up about 10% from that weekly balance low to this high here. So a pretty decent move, right? We were balancing here on the weekly for felt like forever, right? Um, and then this breakout has been about a 9% move. So it's a pretty decent little move here. And if we measure from here, we're only about 7% from the all-time high. So really not that far away from the all-time high either. Switching over to the daily here, we've once again continued to make a 52-week high for the fourth day in a row now. We did get a cessation of one time framing yesterday. Of course, really increased volatility due to that FOMC meeting and Powell coming out, um, and just not really saying much, saying that they're kind of committed to doing what they need to do. They're still pricing in one rate hike before September, and then they're starting to price in cuts either December or January still. So, but the market did get the pause yesterday. You saw a little bit of fear, a lot of profit taking, um, and an outside day here. So, one key thing that I do want to point out is that we're in a balance. I don't know if many other people are kind of thinking about it like this, but we really get this kind of doji bar, right? We pretty much open and close at the same spot. We did end up settling higher than the previous day. We took the high of the previous day and the low of the previous day, but settled back inside. And so, right, we had this sloppy balance, we moved up, we balanced, we started to go in balance. We had a little 2-day balance, moved higher. Now we're at another 2-day balance. So the market's continuing this move higher, kind of holding on to this balance. And so one thing I like to do is kind of try to find these other levels, these other balance high levels. And I would say that 43.58 level, you can kind of see like these bars basically end right there. This is a open and close at the same spot. This is a open at that same spot. So between that 58 and 45, right, that's where we could still see if the market pulls back down to that level and holds, that the strength still continues, even though it would be a decent pullback off of this 44.18, right? About 60 handles. I still think that wouldn't be too terrible. With that being said, so today we're going to have some interesting plays, right? Because we know we have some single prints in here. We'll just jump over to the profiles. It'll be a little easier here. So jumping over to the profiles, and you kind of get the recap of yesterday, right? We opened up, we traded higher, put in some excess, traded lower, right? Ran into some short covering, rallied back to value. So basically a balanced day with excess on the high, excess on the low. We can kind of assume that this is going to act as support. We can kind of assume that this is going to act as resistance. And it gives us our boundaries for balance, really, which is nice. Because today, should we break this low, balance rules will be in play, right? So we'll be looking to see if there's going to be continuation below, or if you're going to see short covering and buyers step up at the low. And the way that we will kind of determine this makes it a little bit easy. Should we get this liquidation break, is do these single prints fill? If we move lower and some of these single prints don't fill, then there's some opportunity to take some longs back into this upper balance that we're developing up here, right? You can see this distribution starting to form. There'll be a rejection of the return back to value. I would like to, if we do get this pulled down to this 90 level, I think there's some opportunity there, right? We have good excess. There's probably still some trapped shorts in the market yesterday. So maybe some opportunity there to take it back to that 44.12 or so, which is close to where we're at. We combine these 2 days here, you can see, right, 44.15 is basically that point of control, and you can kind of see the distribution here, right, pretty easily. And then you've got some overhead volume that looks trapped, right? Globex didn't get trade up to it. We have those mechanical levels still above. So those were those pullback levels that got sold off yesterday. So going into today, the key for the upside to get continuation is, one, they're going to need to be above this 15 to 18 level, right, where that distribution's at, because that's going to start putting these people that are in this lower part of the distribution that are short, as we get up here, they're going to start getting a little bit fearful. And then as we get into this low volume node, we should see some shorts start to cover. And if the market can take out these highs, then that can kind of open the door for a break of balance to the upside. Now, on the inverse, right, we want to be treating this like our regular profile. So we have our unfair low down here and our unfair high up here. So as the market gets up here, we could see a sell-off, right? Or could see sellers enter the market, or lack of buying, and the buying shuts off, and then you rotate back into this distribution. So that's going to be the key here. And I think we can pretty much, draw that here around that 28 level, right where that mechanical level's been, because we know that there's going to be some sellers there trying to defend those levels. They've got a pretty decent amount of profit. They'd probably like to hold it. They like the position. Same with the people in the NASDAQ. They sold that same 200 level, the 15,200 level again. Looks like Globex actually squeezed up a little bit higher to that 243, but probably still holding. And they'd like to see it hold below that 15,200. It was pretty decent resistance yesterday for the NASDAQ. Morning, Roach. Morning, John. Morning, Zoe. Morning, D. Is that just the name? D dot 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 dot. The settle yesterday was actually higher than this previous day on the 13th, so we did get a move higher. What was the first day of the week? Was it the 13th? Oh, the 12th. So the 12th, yeah. think we can hear your mic, Dad. It's like sounds like air or something coming through it. You walking? Oh, we could barely hear you. So this is that level that I'm talking about right here, and you can see where the settle's at, right? And then we have that poor low there as well. Another poor low here. But if there is a bigger liquidation break and the market ends up holding like this 43.56 area, that could be a decent opportunity to maybe get long. If it doesn't hold that area, I would expect us really to be trading back down towards this 43 12 area, right where this kind of low of this balance was. So you've got some key levels, and if you want to set alerts or do what you need to do to kind of make sure that you don't set on the wrong side, because what can happen is, right, we'll be trading, we'll trade today, we'll trade tomorrow, right, and then the weekend goes by and you kind of forget and you're like, oh, okay, well, so not fresh in my head. And then on Monday, we trade and we get down to this level and then we break. I mean, of course, if you're here, I'm going to remind you naturally because it's what I'm looking at. But we get down here and then all of a sudden you're thinking, oh, this is a good area, the big volume shelf. We're probably going to bounce from here, blah blah blah. But really, we're starting to get accepted in a larger distribution, and we kind of lose sight of what's actually going on, like right now. And we think, oh, we should bounce, and then all of a sudden we go down and have a couple of down days in a row, and you've been buying the whole time, and just kind of get caught off guard. So it's always important, I think, to maintain perspective, and whatever you have to do to help you maintain perspective is important. For me, I like to set alerts. They just pop up on my screen. It says, hey, this is what's happening right now, and then I normally set like a little note with it. So like an alert goes off, and it's like, hey, short the fucking 6E or something like that, right? Um, just something to kind of help you maintain that perspective of just kind of where we're at in the market. So, as far as the plan for today goes, you see the overnight session pretty much net short, right? We did trade a little bit above the settle, and we are getting a pretty nice rebound, which is kind of shitty because I had an order down here at 9, but I'm lucky apparently because it didn't quite get down there. And a pretty decent rebound here. Um, but you kind of see, two-ish distributions from the overnight session, looking like an uppercase B profile. It really doesn't mean anything. It's not in the book or anything. But really what we're paying attention to is this larger distribution. And that's from about like 44.02 up to about that 44.23. And so that's kind of the key area. You really don't want to see the market get too much below. Like I said, I think there's some opportunity maybe down here at the 90 before that previous day low and the balance low. But should we get open, hold this 42, 40, 44.02, 44.04 area, I think there's some opportunity there to try to take it back up into kind of like the meat and potatoes of this distribution, this like 15 to 18 level. If we get acceptance above that 15 to 18, then we should see a test of this weak volume area, and that's the Globex high, so that's lining up nice. And then we'll start to see if these sellers kind of roll in. Now, on the opposite side, if we get this push down and start to hold below this low, especially we're developing a little cliff here, and that happens to be a very mechanical level, we're probably going to see a bit of liquidation below this 4,400 naturally, because human psychology, right? People just see it and they're like, oh shit, I better just sell. So we'll probably see a little bit of selling. So I don't necessarily think buying this 4,400 or trying to take that Globex low is good opportunity. I think there is some trap shorts here, so maybe there's a little bit of a rebound, but any rebound from this low that doesn't take you back over the overnight point of control is basically just a selling opportunity. So that's probably where the pullback is. So this is going to be one trade. Trade number 2 is going to go like this. Right, it'll come down, shorts will cover back into the point of control, get a reoffer, and then I mean, that's pretty much how I'm going to play it. I mean, trade number three, if we just kind of rally straight up, get up here, and then push back down into this area, that's probably play number three. Um, but other than that, like I honestly typically don't even like to do three opportunities just because it just gets a little bit confusing. You just start with two, and then if one just disappears, like let's say we got time. So let's say we open, we get a pullback. This is play number one. We open, we get a flush. They short cover. This is play number two. So let's say the market opens and we get play number two. Okay. So we get play number two, and now all of a sudden the market's down here. Well, play number one obviously didn't work out, and so now we're on our play. Let's say the market is like, just kind of forming down here. What you want to do is just kind of adjust. Okay, so what's the next play, right? So from here, we get down here, we're at this kind of low of balance. Well, we know if we get into these singles and don't fill, then there's some opportunity there. So that's kind of the next play, and also happens to be the target for the short. Um, so play number one. These are play number one. Now, if we don't take that Globex low, but we rally back up and we see resistance at that same spot where they liquidated, then that can turn to play number two. Right? And so you just kind of rotate and adjust with the market, right? Of course, there's going to be other things. It's not just going to be the profile that we're paying attention to that can help us decide if we want to be staying short or maybe buying. It just really depends. The market internals, weighted AD, the tick, right? All these things can help us gain a little bit of edge, right? And that's really what we need, just a little bit of edge in order to stay on the right side of the market. The NASDAQ as well, some of the higher tech stocks, all these things. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. That's kind of what I think today's going to play out. You know, we should get a little bit of volatility, I imagine, today, just because of, the kind of backlash or follow on effect from the Fed yesterday. A lot of people probably stuck in the wrong position. I think. Okay, build this in. Yeah, other than that, got about 8 minutes. Get ready to manage some risk and stick to our trade plan. I guess if we do this, profile for TPO chart, 30-day volume. It's not bad. Just gives us a little bit more visualization of those distributions, right? How's everyone's week going so far?
I'm still green. Not by much, but green.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm happy.
Nice, that's good to hear. Really good. Only one red day. Morning, Tobias. Red this week, John?
Oh,
Break even.
how's your week going, Brad?
My week's going good. Yeah, this is probably one of my better weeks. As far as execution goes,
That's good.
I've done really well. Having a good week, Simon? Nice. Yeah, I've been really patient most of the week. Yesterday I would have done a lot better, but I took a NASDAQ. I forced a NASDAQ trade that went against me and then held it a little bit too long, got punished for it. Ended up making some back, but not all of it. But the ES balanced me back out, so I still finished green yesterday, but not bad. Morning, Gringo.
Even after your killer trade,
Yeah, that's
I
how
heard you
bad the net.
murdered one yesterday.
That's how bad the Nasdaq trade was. Yeah, I hit a nice trade yesterday. Where was it from? Let's see. It was from. I got in at 16.50, 17, and 17 quarter. And then took one off 26 quarter, 25, 25. So there was a nice trade yesterday that towards the later end of the day that kind of saved my ass. But that's what I get. I would just like looking at the Nasdaq and I'm like, this thing's going back up. I just got in too early. Nasdaq ripped down. I got smoked. It was just a humble reminder, fucking stick to what you know and don't try to get greedy. That's what it was. As I had 2 loaves of bread and I was trying to get a third one and ended up fucking getting my hand cut off by Jafar.
That bites.
That's alright. Happens. So nice little pop right off of the open. So continuation. That Globex low came down and you can see it kind of here. Like it comes down and then came straight back up. Let's see if we take this open here.
I have peak counts in both bots. We'll see if they get into puts.
Those shorts got stuck and got ran over right there. The offer trying to come in up here at the 1075.
And both bots got inputs.
75. That's the number to write down.
Bills were kind of tight, so it looks like I'm not the only one that thought, or at least the bot's not the only one that thought the downside was a decent way to go.
Morning, Trin. Oh, you're only down 5 points. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, yesterday was tough. Yesterday was definitely tough. I would have finished up like 75 points yesterday profit if I didn't fuck that Nasdaq trade up. How fucked up that Nasdaq trade was. Offer trying to move lower here. Where shorts got stuck on that 8/4, it looked like. Re-offer the 1075. You're watching the 450 on the 1/4. Yeah, I really want to see them hold this area here. This like 750 to 11 area. I want to see them hold this area and try to go for the upside. If they can't take it for the upside here, then and probably get that downside level that you're looking for, that 01.
Yeah, I was
see,
watching. If they
go ahead.
break 0675, maybe I'll get down there, but I don't know if they'll even break that. But sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, the breadth is pretty neutral, right? It's red, but it's pretty neutral. Our sector boxes started off green here. We are above the VWAP and holding this 50. They're pretty much lined up, and they're right there at that 675 level that Roach is talking about. So a break of that probably does cause a bit of liquidation, and then you can kind of see we stair stepped up on the way up. So be careful on the way down. There's probably some short stuck, so it'll be a bit choppy. And remember always, like, when we open up inside the previous day's range, typically the market is going to be very back and forth to start the session. And so sometimes it's better just to kind of let it figure it out. Let somebody win the battle. Let whoever's going to get trapped. I mean, unless you're just taking little scalps here and there, but early on, you don't want to get too attached to any position and not be willing to cut it, because you do get a lot of back and forth when we open inside a previous day's value area, especially a day like yesterday where there's obviously a lot of offsides people. What's
My
up?
fail-safe triggered, and it sold everything.
What is that?
Well, I've got a thing where it basically, if it gets to a certain level, and then it goes negative, if everything has done the double down, it'll trigger a sell. So it actually sold. It was something that I created a while ago,
So all the bots
and
are
it
out now?
triggered. Yep, all the bots are out. I'll go back and I'll set them up so that it'll at least let me know, but I may have to retrigger that. I may have been a little bit too hasty. That's all right. It's not the worst thing it's ever done. I don't know if I think that it was right to choose the downside, in my opinion. But I guess we won't know until things progress.
Offer trying to come in on that 1075, 1050 again there. Buyers kind of got stuck. It looked like they might be getting stuck right here at this 9. Ooh. If this 1075 goes bid, we probably trade back up to that 15. We're holding this 10, we're like building a little bit of a ledge here, like on this 10-11 area. So if you get this 1075 going bid, That 15 level looks like this target up there. See if they hold this level here. You see that 10 quarter goes bid. Bid steps up 1050. Not bad. Rebid. Now or never for buyers. If they can't get this here, then we probably are going to liquidate. Because you see, if you look at the DOM here, so this is kind of a perfect example, right? So that they actually got it. The bid kept rebidding. Every time it came down, it kept rebidding. And then boom, a big bid steps up. And that's what I'm saying. If this is the last chance for buyers, they need to take this thing up because they're getting absorbed right here, right? You see, like, you know, they're getting big orders coming in. And so they need to move the market up or else they're just going to be stuck. Right, and so then that big bid came in. It was at on the 11 quarter, a 400 bid came in, smashed it. There was a 400 order came in, and then boom, that was a liquidation there. With this big offer coming back in here, but that's a good example. Like if you're newer to the DOM, and look, the 1150 rebids the same spot. That's a strong bid. Now you're getting some stuck shorts starting to form on this 12 quarter. You know, of course, it's a little bit choppy because we're inside yesterday's range. That's a natural, natural way of things here. We wouldn't mind seeing the 15 here, so go ahead and just fucking. Sometimes the market likes when you talk dirty to it. You gotta yell at it a little bit. There it is. It's nice. But that was a perfect example. So if you replay your DOM right during a period, you get a perfect example of what a rebid looks like. And you saw it 3 times. You had 3 chances on that 1150 to buy. It tapped it 3 different times right there. You take some off at the 15, move your stop to 13.5, so you guaranteed a couple points in profit. And you can't really be expecting too much because we know that this 15 to 18, right, is going to be a little bit of resistance. So if we get choppy here, there may be some sellers that move in that try to push back, and that's why we want to manage some of that risk. Because if I'm long from 10 quarter and 10, but you move your stop up here behind this liquidity around this 1350 because we saw a strong bid here, we saw a strong bid here, so we should see another strong bid should we come back down to the 14. If we don't see a strong bid, then chances are we're coming down to the 1250, so we'll just get out of the way and try to re-qualify that 1250 or 1150. Does that make sense?
I think everyone was going to say yes. They're muted.
They're all muted?
Well, no, I was making a joke.
Oh.
That's why you didn't hear anything. You're like, does that make sense? And nobody said anything.
A decent offer trying to come in at 18.5 here.
Well, I'm kind of glad the bot got out. I don't know how
It was
far
in
this is going to
puts?
go, but yeah, it was inputs.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Microsoft is on a big move to the upside. Apple's moving up pretty strong. All of our sector boxes, the important ones, are green. Going off right here at 20. Just have one lot left now. Really don't want to see this thing get much below 1775, 18 level. If it moves down here, we would like to see this area here rebid. There's that 1775. It is rebidding. No upticks though, so a little bit of absorption here from sellers moving off of the high, moving lower. Interesting. Bid's nice, but doesn't get any upticks. That's a nice bid there. More trap shorts on that 1775. We can make a new high. Ooh, shorts are trapped. They're like fucking rats today. They're not even letting them out. There's a lot of shorts stuck here. You look at this DOM, and it just reads bullish for now. That's trap shorts, trap shorts, trap shorts, trap shorts, and that pullback didn't, came to 18, and they got stuck again. They're stuck here. They're stuck here. They're stuck here. I mean, everywhere you see these kind of volume nodes on this thin move up, you've got trap shorts. So they didn't let him out on that first look down. So that's basically telling you that supply is weak. And if they don't start breaking some of these levels and get a liquidation and start spooking out some of these longs, people's, they start smelling blood in the water. By people, I mean me. What do you mean, you people? You caught that 10? Nice. Hell yeah, good shit. It's that thin spot. Watch to see if they rebid this up here.
Trying to offer that 21 quarter.
I got stuck
Right.
again. Those poor bastards. They're not letting them out.
Mm.
They're fucking just squeezing them. You're starting to see more and more supply, though. People are getting more brave here, for sure, trying to sell. There's finally a decent size offer up at the quarter, 25. We'll have it.
Run over again.
This is right at that T2 high as well, so you're getting a little mechanical selling. That's why they're getting kind of brave here, because we failed from this level before. So remember, we have that VPOC up here, 44.28, and those two mechanical levels above. That's where, if you're a seller, a stronger seller, you're sitting in this area here. You're sitting here. If it starts to fail, right, you do some business up in yesterday's point of control, or you start to sell at an unfair high.
Oh,
That's probably where we're
Jesus.
going. Yeah.
Just about to say, watch that 1/4, and it just ripped right off it.
Told you, there's blood in the water.
Yeah, they didn't even let it get close.
Yeah, they're not letting people get out. Yeah, T2 high. I'll be right back. Somebody was watching some cartoons, huh?
Oh, yeah, I
We did-
didn't know
we-
I was on mute. That's my phone.
That's all.
Oh, is that your
folks.
ringtone?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Forgot I was
Totally
off
waiting.
mute.
I was totally waiting for a beat. That's all, folks.
There's that mechanical level, right? This is where we kind of expect some sellers to be at if they're gonna be legit sellers. Not a bad start, huh? 18-point runner for the first trade. Are we gonna make another 52-week high again today for the 5th day in a row? That's the question. Nasdaq's on a tear as well. So is the Dow. Whole market's looking pretty strong. So that's actually the first consistent offer we've seen come in from the high there. Now they need to get an offer really below that 28 in order to be anything serious, but you do have some consistent selling on the way down there. They just keep getting ran over. Crazy. Crazy. $21 points, 22 points. 500 lots sitting on the 33. They're selling that value area high. Yeah, that was that mech level from yesterday too. They took it right out.
I flattened out up here. Probably
That's
shouldn't have.
Yeah. Coach, we're supposed to be fucking standing strong here, taking this thing up to 4508.
I know. As soon as I got it was start coming down, and then as soon as I got out, boom, start popping back up. What are you looking for? 08, you said?
4508, yeah.
Pretty fall. Yeah,
That's
I
why
can't hold that long.
that's why I think the target, I mean, obviously not like today, but that's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
think.
Who
Like
knows? It might get there today.
that'd be nice.
The way it looks, but I figured we'd get a pullback. We might. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe to like that 30, that 29-30 level.
There's an offer at 1/2. See what happens. They're going right back after them. As soon as they come in with the offer, it's like it drops a tick or two. They come right back and just stick it to them. Got it that time.
Yeah, here's that 29. If they tap the 28, 28 half, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, don't you fucking dare, Eagle. Man,
I'm running it.
I was trying to add right there on 29. It didn't come down.
Yeah, they're front running the level.
Yeah. And then they get squeezed right there. Short started to cover again. A re-offer this 32, 31, 32.
I think 1/2 was where the offer was on the way down.
The bid's getting kind of weak here. But there's so many stuck shorts that every time it gets any down ticks, they just start to cover.
They got them on 1/2 again now.
It's hard to get back in, or it's hard to add. this fucking trade. 22.5 points up. Damn, that's fucking annoying. I was trying to get back.
You could break it below the 1/2. You might get your 8 level. Now 32 they're trying to offer. Getting stuck. There they go.
My immediate level up is 44, 43 half. That's that 44, 43 half was where I thought we were going to get the other day, and then we died at 39 for half. Because there's like a little bit of resistance and kind of like equilibrium up here before the 50. We are starting to see the offer try to come in.
Yeah.
Maybe they get a little bit deeper this time to like 24. So many stuck shorts. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, even. Looks like they got to get through 29 and then 26, 25 half maybe.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking like 24, 25,
Yeah.
24. That's where they start to cover at. But like, I mean,
They
there it is
can't even
again.
get
They co. Yep.
the 29 again held. Yep.
I'm having this strawberry watermelon prime today. It's actually not bad. I didn't know if it was going to be good. My jiu-jitsu place yesterday, Roach, we had 13 people from Old Forge.
Wow.
Yeah. Is it fucking like
Were they mostly young? I don't know if they knew
family
anybody know,
reunion?
but
Yeah, a bunch of young guys. Yeah.
yeah, I probably
There's
don't.
a couple
I probably
older
know
guys.
I probably know all their last names if you said, but I don't know if I know them. Like I say, I know the only 2 I know, and they're not even really from All Forge. I didn't grow up with them, you know what I mean? I just knew them a little bit later on. Avon, and I think that other guy's name is Matt. I can't remember. No, I don't know them that well, you know.
One guy that's a
Wow.
nice. Whoa. Almost hit my profit target. I had to keep moving it up. I'm trying to fail this bad boy. That was kind of like a blow off top, and it gets an offer. So maybe this time we get a little bit of downside here. We'll see if they can bust that 32. Then maybe they get down towards that 24 area. The one guy that's a corrections officer, he was there again yesterday.
I think that kid's name is Matt, but like I say, I think he's from West Side.
He's a
I
little bit
don't know.
older though. He's probably like
he's a little
40s.
younger than me.
Yeah.
I don't know him real well, but I know him. You know, like I say, worked out at the gym. You know, he's quiet, so I don't.
He is. He's real quiet.
Yeah.
He seems like a real hard ass. But he's a prison guard, so he kind of has to be. He has. He's got one of the best arm bars in the gym. Like most people don't go for arm bars, especially no-gi, because it's so like you're just so sweaty. It's hard to hold on to somebody's arm like that. Yeah. He's so fucking like small and compact. He's like a little ball of muscle. So
yeah, he's like a bowling ball. Yeah.
And he just looked like my elbow hurts. Yeah.
Got you.
Oh yeah, he got me. He got me like fucking a couple times yesterday. He's strong as fuck.
Yeah.
And he's so like he's just so like short. You know what I mean? Like he's got short arms, short legs. He's just like solid muscle, like from fucking toes to hands. Like
yeah. He's built like a little brick shit house.
Yeah, and he's flexible too. It's hard to get through like past anything on him because he just like pulls his knees up, and then he really is. He's like a fucking bowling ball. He's one of those people
like I
that, like,
say,
if you were to be like laying on top of him, he could probably bench press you.
Yeah.
You know, he's fucking strong for how small he is. I mean, he's not really small. He's just short. He's not really small.
Yeah, he's
He
short.
probably
but
weighs
he's big.
190 pounds.
Yeah.
More short covering there, 34. It kind of looks
And
like they're
I said,
trying
he's
to
been doing
entice
it a
it.
long time. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's a purple belt.
Oh yeah.
So he's been training probably like, well, he doesn't get to go as consistently as he wants because his works is a pain in the ass for him, but
Yeah.
yeah, he's been doing it a while. Kickboxing tonight though. Where we make all the jiu-jitsu guys pay the piper.
I was gonna say though, do they show up for that shit though? Or...
Not most of them. No. Nah.
Yeah.
The good ones
I wonder
do.
if- Yeah.
But...
He wouldn't be a good kickboxer, I don't think. His leg couldn't kick you in his knee, maybe. He is flexible though, like you said. I see he used to stretch a lot in the gym.
I think he might have like, I don't think he would do kickboxing. I think he might get a little bit angry. Seems like, you know, he only wants to hit or get hit if it's like serious.
Like I said, when I didn't talk to him for a long time because he had that tough guy attitude. Like, I don't want to, and I don't give a fuck. You don't want to talk to me or get away. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
eventually we start bullshitting, and he seemed okay. But yeah, he has that, you know.
I think he was a Marine or something.
He was, yeah.
Yeah. So that's like fucking, you know, he was brainwashed, and then that's how Marines are. He's probably chilled out since he's been in the Marines, but like Marines are brainwashed that to think they're like God's gift to the earth.
Yeah.
I had when I was recruiting, the Marine recruiter was right next door to us, and I was always bullshitting with the Marine recruiter. He was a cool guy, and he's from California as well. And he was always like fucking, you know, he thought Marines were like fucking God's gift.
Yeah, fucking
He thought,
jarhead.
like the baddest fat animals on the planet. I'm like, you know, I could kick your ass, right? Like, and I'm telling you, like, I've done joint missions with the Marines, and like, you know, I mean, they're not the sharpest tools in the shed.
Yeah.
Like digging a hole with a fucking, you know, with like a rubber mallet sometimes. You're just like, fucking, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
We were on top of this building one time, right? And we're providing cover fire. And this fucking Marine he puts his tripod on the ledge of the building, and he goes, starts firing, and the fucking gun falls off the edge. Right? He's holding onto it, so like he didn't drop his gun, but it like falls off the edge. Then he picks it back up, puts the tripod back on the fucking ledge, starts shooting again. It falls off again.
Yeah.
Walk up to him. I'm like, let me see that for a second. Grab his gun, stick it over the edge, and then pull it back so the tripod basically like is flush with the ledge. And I'm like, now shoot it. He starts shooting it. Fucking stationary as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, imagine what you could learn if you used your fucking brain.
You just keep putting it in the same spot, wondering why it's falling.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, he did it 2 times. I watched him do it 2 times in a row. And I'm just sitting up there in case someone, you know, I'm just providing medical coverage. That's it. I'm just sitting up there like fucking a handy helper. And I'm just like, buddy, like, let's work smarter, not harder. You're fucking this up. Yeah, Jeremy, that was that same day. Yeah, remember that? I've got a sweet picture of them. Jeremy was with me. I've got a sweet picture of them, like fucking 30 of them stacked in front of this medical building. Just like begging, like you could have been, like I said, you could have been inside with a hammer and killed them all because they were going in so slow. Like, it was just so not the way we do stuff in the army. And it's just funny because you would figure like the way that we enter and clear buildings is relatively similar, but it's not. It's completely different. They work in way bigger teams than we do.
I was gonna say you would expect that our whole military would have the best, have the best way, and everybody do it the best way instead of doing it all different ways.
But I will give it to them. I've never seen they packed a fucking I don't even remember what their vehicle was called, but it was like a goddamn clown car. 30 Marines must have pulled out of this fucking vehicle. It was insane. And it's funny too because they just call everyone Marine. Hey Marine, hey Marine. It's like fucking idiot. This bid is relentless. It's not letting any sellers out at all.
Looked like their buyers were getting stuck right around this area here, but they're maybe they are, but they're trying to push through. It's 37, 38. Looks like the buyers are getting stuck, but they'll probably blow right through it.
Nice, D. 33 out, most of 37. Nice.
Oh.
So there's the high. Now 43 half, 44 30, 44 43 half is an area that I have. That's kind of like an equilibrium area, so maybe we see some resistance there. Yeah, those were the good times, Jeremy. Remember I got to fucking mob around in that Jeep thing? It was fucking badass. It got flat tires like a son of a bitch, though, but it was fun. That was the same trip that we did, like that fucking 10-mile hike overnight and climb that mountain just to get fucked over right at the end. I don't know if we'd even call it clearing buildings. They were just like going inside. I didn't see any of them like check any corners. They were just going in buildings.
That's because there was 30 of them in a hallway, along with
Yeah.
me and my 9-man squad trying to fight for breathing room. It was the worst 7 hours of my life.
I had great air. I was on top of the building just watching all that chaos.
I've hated you for 10 years.
One of my good buddies was our commo guy. Jeremy and I were in Alpha Company together, and Jeremy was infantry though, and our commo guy, good friend of mine, Hernandez, our company commander was like, give this guy the radio. He made one of the infantry guys carry it, and he left Hernandez back, so Hernandez didn't go on the mission with us because he didn't want Hernandez to gas out on the mission carrying the radio. And I never let Hernandez ever live that shit down. I'm like, remember that time we had to leave you behind because you're fucking just a weak little bitch?
Why he couldn't carry the radio that far? Or what?
Well, he probably could have, but the company commander just wasn't confident in him as far as
Don't
like
wanna risk it.
physical ability. Yeah, and was just like, no, you're not coming. 'Cause
It was a huge
did
liability.
try to like advocate for himself. He's like, nah, sir, I can make it. And our commander at the time, Captain Cockrell, was a fucking superhero. He was like Mark Wahlberg. He was running like fucking 11-minute 2 miles with like a fucking 40-pound rucksack on. He was a freak.
Whoa.
And he's like, no, you're not coming. That was a mess anyways, because we did have somebody fucking pass out, or at least fake pass out, and then we had to get an evac, and the fucking evac vehicle got fucking stuck. Oh god, it was such a fucking pain in the dick. And we climbed a fucking mountain that just basically had like thorns all in it. So as we get to the top, everyone's just sitting there, just fucking pulling thorns out of their ass. Yeah, Captain Cockroach. He was like a superhero, bro. He was like Superman, just short. And he had done a bunch of deployments with the Rangers and shit, so like he was high speed. They had no idea. Like we climbed this mountain and came down into this village from the mountaintops, like right at the break of dawn. It was like a movie, and they were not expecting it at all. Like they had no idea what the fuck was gonna happen. More shorts got stuck on 36 there.
I think they're trying to get more stuck.
Oops, sorry. So tick's starting to fade here a little bit. Let's see if they get a reaction here. Starting to see some lower highs here on the tick. The buying is kind of wearing a little bit thin up here. And it doesn't even really look like a strong offer. Mostly, maybe some trap longs here at the 38.5, but looks more like profit taking on this move lower.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably profit taking in it. Combination.
So in this situation here, when we see something like this, right, especially on a day like this, we're trending pretty well, and you're kind of not letting shorts out. What typical human psychology is doing is, right, people that are, I don't want to say stupid, but like, people that are always fighting the market, right, which are in turn stupid people. But they're shorting, right? They're shorting. And so then all of a sudden it comes down a little bit, right? And we see, what's going on here, not really any strong offers, mostly just profit taking, right? We're all single digits. And what happens is as it comes down a little bit, they're like, oh, here we go, boom, and they start piling in, right? And so when we see this, what we're looking for is a strong offer to come right at a low, like so as it's coming down, something like that, and for it to get upticked. We see a strong offer it to get upticked, and then you just look for a bid to start forming above it. There it is, and then that to go up, right? And that's kind of what we're looking for here. See that strong offer coming in. It goes down tick though.
Right before you start talking, I was just about to say, if we could get it to come down a little bit lower, everybody will start piling in short.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Yep, I agree. And what will probably happen is like there's people offering this 37 level, and so we'll get a break, right? You'll get this liquidation break, and then that's when everyone will start piling in. And when you see a big offer hit the low and it doesn't go down tick, that's when we want to capitalize. Strong offer hits the low, goes up tick. Now watch to see if there's a rebid here. This is what you want to see, a bid step up above this level. They're going to move this thing higher.
Yeah, even get back to that thin spot around 35, 34.75. VPOC moves up.
Bid stepped up. That offer tried to come in here at 33.75 there. Like a fucking charm.
Yeah.
Like a glove.
Yeah, back into this upper distribution now.
Offer's trying to come back in at this 35 again here. They're getting upticked. A nice little move there, right? If you took that long, long from 32.75. We're getting some people selling this lower end of that distribution there. Maybe they want to try to push it lower, but they're just not. They just haven't been able to yet. They're definitely trying though. And it's some good effort here.
They got to run this offer over at 35 half.
Like a mobster. You want to make me a liar? Stop talking to the market. Like I said, 43 half. Fucking get your bitch ass up there. liquidation there. Traded right through that 37. No buyers showed up. So I think that was probably a bit of profit taking. And now we're going to start to see some shorts try to pile in again at this 35 if it gets down there. Hawk shifted up here. Seen a little ledge form right at 35. So that's probably where a liquidation break would start from. That break could take us all the way down to like 29, 30, 26 area. That's where I would expect buyers to maybe show back up at. 29 being like the low here, and then 26 kind of being right where those shorts got stuck at.
He's right where it liquidated from, innit? Right about here.
Yeah. Yeah, right from that 37.
Yeah. I got caught in that liquidation. Fucker.
Where'd you get long at?
35.
So it came.
I was trying to hold. Normally, I would take my, you know me, I grab profits quick. I was like, I think we're gonna break, and it did break up real quick.
Then it came right back
Came back
down.
down. Came back down on me. I hit flatten, but I got like 3 ticks. I was up like three or half points or something.
Yeah, just a quick liquidity grab. They knew that they probably knew a lot
Yeah.
of people were doing that same thing, trailing tight.
I almost got back in when we got back above 35 again, but I didn't.
I have to buy you a mirror.
A mirror for what?
So you could put it on the ground and see if there's a vagina where your balls used to be.
That's too fast.
Thanks. You just made me spit out my coffee.
Where's your stop, Brad?
I stopped.
Yeah, where would you put your stop?
I got in at 32. I haven't moved my stop.
Where's your stop is right
Oh, it's five. It's a
at
5 point
32.
stop. No, it's a 5 point. I have.
Oh,
I run a
got it,
5 point stop. Once we get to that 33 half, then I'll move it up to. I'm over here looking at these groundhogs, so to watch them. But they're really, they look like just obese squirrels. That's what groundhogs look like. They're like squirrels fucking forgot how to climb or just got too fat to climb, and then, well, we just eat grass now. Did you like that one, Nikki? That was a good one, huh? Let's have that one inside my head.
That was hilarious.
It's a little bit of profit taking up there above that 41.
So it increased from 40 to 75 to 42 quarter. So that's 1.5. So it went up 1.5 points above.
Yeah. And not quite to that 43. That's what I was looking for, that 43. And that offer come in 39 half there.
Trying hard to uptick it.
Apple's making the high. Microsoft looks good. Nvidia rebounded nice. The board looks green except for AMD. AMD's kind of taking a
AMD's
beating.
struggling.
I took
I
one off
wonder
right
what's
here at 41, and now my stop's up at break even now. They got a second chance up there to step up, and then they got re-offered at 41. So really don't want to see this thing get back below 36, to be honest. Should just run over this offer again like they've been doing all morning. Pretty large bid on the 40 goes down tick. That's not good. This weak spot 37 half.
Not my best day, but definitely not my worst.
They're trying to offer this 37 again. At the A high? Yeah, well, if it doesn't close these single prints, well, it just did right there. Yeah, see, so we get that little liquidation break. I was gonna say if it didn't close those single prints, then you could look for that, like that separation that's in those single prints. Hello? Good. Yeah, I will. Okay. Um, sorry. So what I was saying is like you get that kind of break of those single prints, but really I was looking at this kind of weak spot here, as far as looking for that spot for the market to try to catch a bounce, because you expect, right? You expect that we've got some short inventory stuck down here still, especially as B tried to go lower and couldn't. We expected that little bounce there, but the offer just keeps coming in. You're not really seeing any rebids here, right? Like this is all kind of weak here. Not really seeing really strong offers either. There's a pretty decent offer here, but we didn't really see a ton of strong offers except for up there at that 40 where those buyers got stuck. Strong bid trying to step in on this 34 half. It needs to get upticks here. Or else they're going to lose this thing down to 24, 26, or 26 area. Watch for follow through. So strong bid came on that 34 half, 34 quarter area. They got an uptick, but they need to rebid here. If there's no rebid, then we're probably going to continue going lower. Offer trying to move lower. That bid 34.75 there. Short covering. That's what that little pop was, just short covering. They need a bid above 35 in order to take this thing higher. Seller's trying to move in heavy here. Just don't get any ground. I got stuck there on that 33. So we're getting kind of that common case of the market's got to take care of old business before it can conduct some new business. So it's got to take the the shorts stop. So here's what I think is happening right now. I think there's a seller, right? It seems passively absorbing. You see kind of this ledge here. Below that 37 is where he's liking to hold this. And all these shorts that are below this 26 and lower, they're buying their positions back. Well, if they buy their positions back up here, it gives them an opportunity to take those as a sell opportunity, kind of slowly absorb the market in this area. So anytime they get this down tick, you kind of see that short covering, but there's a seller there to absorb that short covering. So that's kind of what it looks like, and he's trying to push that market lower into this weak spot to really get that capitulation going. At least that's what I think. Bunch of shorts covered at the 31 there. Remember, you can't really have confidence in this until you start to get a bid above 35. Right? You kind of assume that some shorts cover there. We get that weak low kind of look. But you want to see a bid above 35 to kind of show you that buyers are still going to step up here. I think this guy's trying to absorb around this 37. Right? 37.40 where this big buyer got stuck at. Short covering. Nice bid came in right on 36 there. He's absorbing there. Seller's trying to absorb this. Somebody's trying to build a short position. Let me look at the daily chart. $64. So if you notice, like you're starting to see a ton of bids, right, pop in, but every time they do, they just kind of get traded through. But to me, that's kind of screaming short covering, even though it's, even though you're getting these bids, none of them are real strong. And I think that's probably has to do with whoever was trading up here, trying to take this thing higher, got absorbed, and they're just covering their position here. How much time do we have left? 15 minutes. Yeah, you get kind of that cessation of one time framing, like there's a liquidation, but then you get that weak look. Yeah, and I mean it's nice. It's nice when things like that happen. I mean, like right now we've got a P shape, right, with a shelf forming. So we know that nice longs are above this area. So if we can stay above that 37, then we should be able to kind of push out whoever's absorbing here. And if there's a pullback that doesn't take this C low, it's a mechanical C low, so the shorts are weak down here. There's opportunities from down here as well. Just got to be vigilant. And you could even, I mean, like, you could call this a cessation, but You could also say, yeah, we're still one time framing up. 2 ticks is just 2 ticks. Market's pretty thin anyways, right? Look at this. Like, I mean, you don't even have double digits down here. The buyers are just basically being responsive. They're not being aggressive.
Yeah, them 2 ticks probably make it even a stronger trend to the upside.
Yeah, exactly. Showing the weakness of the selling. I agree.
Gotta stop answering the phone. The fucking phone.
I know your phone rang at the worst time.
Yeah, I didn't answer the first time, and then he called back. I said I better answer.
In at 32, good stuff. Yeah, nice. I got in a little bit later. I got in at 35. Took one off there at 43.50.
Pretty decent rejection there.
Yeah, back down to this weak spot here at this 40. That's all I'm thinking. But I mean, we get the excess here, so we still, we're having our P profile, but we're getting excess. That's a bullish sign, really. It's hard to fight the market, when it's just when it just is going in a direction, to be honest. Where's chart setting? Or get the kids get out of school early today.
I thought it was tomorrow.
Oh, they get out of school tomorrow early as well. Tomorrow they get out like fucking 9:30. Today they get out at 1 and 2. At 2 and 3. Big bid flashing on 35 now. Seen that a little bit.
Are we right at the VPOC?
Yeah,
What
pretty
was it?
much.
46 half, 46 3/4, something like that.
36 half.
Oh, 36. I'm sorry, 36.
Yeah.
I was adding 10 points. Maybe I was just getting a little, anxious. Yeah, AMD would be winning right now. NVIDIA would be losing. So it would be mixed. But the NVIDIA negative would be far exceeding the AMD up. So I don't know if it would have mattered. So it's probably better that it got out.
Today Thursday? Yeah. So there's a class at 11. It's right now. Yeah, Monday's a holiday, so the markets are closed. It's for Juneteenth, Roach's favorite holiday.
Yeah, what is it for? Gays or what is that for?
For slaves, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
What's it for? I can't hear you,
Re-
Stace. You're real low.
remembrance of the slaves. Sorry, I'll speak a little louder. Normally I'm pretty loud, so I
No,
tend to.
no, you're all right. I just couldn't hear you.
I-
But
yeah,
it's
so
for
I'm
slaves,
pretty
huh?
sure it's for the slaves. I can't remember the exact phraseology, but I'm pretty sure it's for that memory of the slavery.
Just ask ChatGPT, Roach. They'll give you a fucking. I'm sure.
Yeah, there you go.
I know it's some new stupid holiday for these liberals, but I didn't know what it was.
Is that the day they were officially like freed or something like that?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's what it is. There
It
you go.
marks the end of slavery, yeah. It's a national holiday too, so the markets are closed. The last day of freedom? No, it was the last day of enslavement. And I blame the English for that because they're the people that brought it to to America. So, if anything, Americans abolished it. So, pat ourselves on the back.
Well, it was abolished in UK in 1805, so they kind of beat us to the punch, just so you know.
Yeah, tell that to Australia. It was still an English colony. If you watch TikTok too, like there's some crazy because I just love conspiracies, you guys know that. And like there's conspiracies that that like black people were actually in America before the Europeans showed up. And so they weren't brought over by slaves, it's just they became enslaved because America took them over.
There was
And I was
definitely
like,
Spanish here, right? Spanish and the Spanish and the Native Americans used to fight a lot before us.
yeah. Well, they controlled like the central part of the United States too, like the Louisiana Purchase and all that was bought from the Spanish. Was it the Spanish or the French?
Well, I don't know who owned the Louisiana Purchase, but the Spanish used to fight with the Indians.
Yeah. Well,
We're
that's
talking, like,
basically what
early, like,
that's basically
1600s.
like what Mexican is like Spanish
Yeah,
and native mixed together.
yeah.
You can tell like based off of like what part of Mexico the tribe was from, like what part of Mexico the natives are from, if they were more Aztec, you know, like most of the Aztecs like darker skin, less body hair, whereas more up north they were more lighter skinned and more body hair. Like if you ever go to Jalisco, there's a lot of people there that look like me. They're Mexican. That's because the Spanish came in and raped and pillaged.
And ride on the or ride away on the rape the horses and ride away on the women.
And if you ever go to Acapulco, there's a lot of light-skinned Mexicans as well, but they're mixed with Asian. It from like the Philippines came over. The people from like the Asian countries, like the Filipinos and stuff. That's why you see a lot of Filipinos have like Spanish last names because the Spanish went over there, brought the Filipinos to what's now Mexico. And if you go to Acapulco, like there's a lot of kind of Asian-looking Mexicans. The world's
That was
the
a reference.
history. What's that?
Three Amigos. That was a reference to Three Amigos. Rape
I
the
haven't seen that
horses
so long.
and ride away on the women. It's an old movie. It's a Roach old movie.
I've seen it before. It's been a long time.
What movie was that?
Three
Three
Amigos.
Amigos.
Oh, yeah, I never saw it.
Oh,
Watch all those old Western movies and didn't watch that.
Well, that's like a spoof movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, yeah.
Roach
That's not a
doesn't
real
like. He doesn't like to
Western. I watch
laugh.
Western.
You don't like to laugh. Like I want my
What's his
westerns
face?
to be
Wow.
fucking serious.
I want real westerns.
so
Yeah,
this is where he
Western.
Good. Goes. I only like to laugh at you doing your taekwondo. That's what he was thinking. He's trying to regrow the balls down there so the mirror has something to show. Sorry, Raj, I couldn't resist.
You could barely hear you.
I talked over. I think that was Kevin,
Oh.
or maybe not.
That's okay. Nobody.
Yeah, the Irish were they weren't slaves in the U.S., but they got treated
Yeah,
like
they did.
shit.
Yeah, they were.
And
Up
like
on the railroad. Same with
when I
Chinese.
when I traced my DNA, because we're like English, Spanish, Irish, and German. Well, actually, I couldn't find anything back in Spain. I only found it in Mexico. The
Great.
trail left off in like 1600s in Mexico. But when the Haven family came to the United States, they changed the name to kind of hide from the like persecution of like a different name.
I'm pretty sure it was just because they were really, really awesome and they didn't want anyone to feel like they were less than, and so they
That's probably what it
Make-
was.
kind of came down to their level.
The thing that's crazy is like I've never met anybody, not one person, with the last name Haven. I've met some people named Havens with an S on it that are not related to me, but I've never met another person with the last name Haven that's not related to me.
I've
Never.
met 3.
3 people with the last name Haven?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably
You
oh. I'm gonna say they're probably related.
Yeah, no, I've never even heard that name before, actually. I think you made it up.
Yeah, it is. It's made up.
The original spelling was Hafen from German, which is where the name originates, which means the same thing. It means shelter, home, or however you want to word it.
Yeah, my last name is German too, and they changed it a little bit too on the way over. And they came over.
Well, you know, Hitler's a terrible name, so you got to change that.
Yeah, we got to be careful.
Just kidding, bro.
Oh, I don't care.
To some extent, I think we were all slaves. Well, I mean,
Sure.
depends how you kind of look at it now, but pretty much, yeah. If you're not like a politician, you're just like an ant. You're not really like a slave, but you're just like a worker bee.
Well, I mean, you know, if your wages go to the rulers for their gain, that's slavery.
Yeah, just
The
more modernized, so people can accept it. It's like they change the word because the word is bad. It's like, have you guys seen that? That's something that bothers me in the news like so much, because like the term colored people is like one of the most racist things. Like I think it's worse than calling black people black. Like if you call someone colored, it's like it just seems racist. But now liberal
Really?
media is calling people of color. What's the difference when you call someone colored people or people of color? It's the same. That's just, it's like this is racist to me. Like it just seems they just switched it around. It's still racist. I fucking hate it. When I hear people say it, I want to just, and they think that they're not being racist by saying that. I'm just like, you are a fucking idiot.
Well, anytime you have to use a color that's associated with a person, that's racist, right?
Exactly. Like it just bothers the fuck out of me. And like you see, like Morgan Freeman and Denzel Washington, they're always like, the only reason it keeps staying in the news is because you guys keep talking about it. Like, why can't we just be people?
Can't we all just get along?
I know, like I just don't understand why we can't just like at least turn focus and be like, listen, like, yo, you're getting fucked over, I'm getting fucked over. Let's, throw some fucking tea in the ocean here, buddy. Together.
Yeah, because if we're fighting together, we can't be fighting them. That's the whole thing.
Exactly.
You know, it's like back in the gladiator days when they, keep them fed, keep them occupied, and they won't revolt.
That's like what it's coming to. Shit's getting crazy.
It's getting real crazy. And it's starting to come out too. They've been trying to hide it so much, but it's starting to rear its head all over the place. especially in like Europe. I mean, France and stuff, where they're protesting every day. And
Yeah, they're
they
they're
put,
hiding what's going on in France from the United States.
yeah.
Big time.
Well, just like they were hiding what was going on in Australia from us during COVID, where they were
Oh yeah.
straight locking. I mean, made it a straight up police state, which it kind of still
Yeah.
is.
And we had knowledge of that because we had people in the Discord that were like telling us like, yo, like we can't do shit still. Like we're on straight up fucking what do they call that? Martial
House
law.
arrest or
That was like
Yeah,
martial
martial
law
law.
over there. It was bad in Australia during COVID.
And Canada was really bad too.
Yeah, well, Canada's communist, so we expect that.
Yeah.
They're fucking
That trucker strike, and they were taking people, they were freezing people's bank accounts for donating money. I mean,
yeah.
that's
Yeah, I remember
straight
that.
up.
A lot of sellers trying to move down right here on this 39, 38, and they're getting stuck, it looks like. If you bid this 40, 41, we probably go back up. Yeah, John, you were there. You would know. He's Australian. Right? You're Australian or are you from New Zealand?
Oh, that New Zealand president, that woman, she's straight evil. In fact, I watched this interview where they were asking her, is there
Australian,
is it
yeah,
a
I thought so.
New Zealand, is it a two-tier system with the vaccinated and unvaccinated? And she's like, yes, it is. It's like just,
Yeah, they were treating people that didn't get the vaccine as second-rate citizens.
yeah. And she
Yeah.
straight up admitted it. Yes, that's what it
Yeah.
is. It's like, fuck you, bitch.
Which is
You
crazy.
probably never.
Yeah. She probably didn't get it. That's what's crazy. There goes that bid. Yep, here we go, back to the high. Yeah, see, shit like that just blows my mind, and it's like everyone in America was just like, well, we're fucking lazy as fuck. I don't mind sitting home and just collecting a paycheck. Thanks. And now all those people that sat around and collected the paycheck, they're like, oh, fuck Biden. He got this inflation going. It's like, that's not like what? You think
Right.
that's all it was? Yeah, Biden is just one person. Like, that's why you guys need to get out and vote for your fucking local politician, your senators. Like, everyone only gives a shit about who's president, but nobody gives a shit about who their local politicians are. That's where it starts.
Yeah, and that's where the most shit happens. I mean, very little that the president does affects your daily life, but local level does affect your. Especially if you have
Exactly.
kids and like school board and that kind of stuff. I mean, that's huge, and that's the stuff people ignore.
Look at all the scandals that are coming out about people getting in trouble in girls' locker rooms in high schools because of this whole transgender thing. I did find it funny though, like one guy who claimed to be a woman like went into a girl's locker room, said to expose himself, and then the judge said that he was not guilty because he was too fat, so there's no way anyone could have seen anything. I'm like, what the fuck?
That must be really fast.
Like, what does that matter anyways? It doesn't. He still tried it. It's good jail. Fucking jail. Jail this motherfucker up. He's a freak. Like, he went into a kid's locker room. Fucking, they should stone that motherfucker.
Was it a kid or was it a teacher?
It was an adult who was like a teacher-ish, but claiming to be I think it was a substitute, like claiming to be a woman. It was a man, a fat man, and went into a girl's locker room in a high school and then exposed himself. Got reported by like 4 different girls, and then it went to court, and he got off because the judge said he was too fat. It's to have actually seen anything, so he must have had a really good lawyer to think of that defense strategy. Like,
Yeah.
bro, no way they'll get you on this. You're way too fat. You can't see shit. Like, what? All right, when I become president, we're bringing back the stockades. That shit will fucking straighten people right up. I'll put people in there for all kinds of shit. Peace. There goes that high. Well, let's see if they start to just bid this thing up. Get some profit taking there on that 45.
You'll never be president. No,
Not
they'll
without a
kill you
kind of
first.
attitude.
Well, they'll kill you first. I mean, you
No
know.
chance. I can't die. What do you call a lawyer with an IQ of 50? Your Honor. That's the thing, is that they need to get they need to get some of these judges out. Like some of these judges, like, you know, they're
Because they have
fucking
lifetime appointments.
80 years old. It's like, you know, 80 years old. These motherfuckers are back there fucking biracial bathrooms and shit back in the day, right? They don't know about the new law. I guarantee they haven't been studying the new law. They gotta go. Sorry. Nothing, you know, you're
There
old.
should be no such thing as lifetime appointments for any position.
No, you should have to earn it. You should have to get elected by the people every year or every so often. Yeah, not just like, oh, well, here, you're here forever. And it's crazy, too, that there's like a double, well, I don't know if we call it a double standard, but it's a different standard with different people. Like the judges should all be enforcing the same law, whereas sometimes the law gets enforced in different interpretations. And that's because the law is so confusing. It just needs to be more generalized.
That's where they sue in different districts because they know, you know, this district is liberal, this one's not. You know,
Exactly. Yep. They know, yeah, like this guy's more gun friendly, this guy's not. Like, yeah, exactly, which is bullshit. The laws should be the law.
Yeah.
That's what I'm telling you, bro. I'm bringing back stockades. Like, oh, you're talking shit to some other kid on fucking on Instagram? Boom, stockades. Right in front of the grocery store, everyone sees you. What's this guy here for? Oh, he's just talking shit like a little bitch on fucking on the internet. So we locked him up right here so everyone could see him. How badass he is. You know, put him there for a day. See if they keep doing it. You know, that shit will straighten people out.
Yeah.
Nobody likes to be publicly embarrassed. Before the next target up that I have is 57. Let me see. 5764. $57.64. So next level up. Look at that. We're fucking over here just having a good conversation. We find some shorts, get trapped. We nail a long. Nice 10-pointer. And the one time framing up continues. Strawberry lemonade. That sounds good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is like they convict people sometimes of crimes without like any weapon, without any evidence. It's just like, you know, they're just like, oh, you're guilty. It's like, oh, what? Seaberry? What the fuck is that? 20% off my first order. Say what? Nice. That Liquid IV place gives you a 20% off discount for buying it on their website for the first time. That's still. They just keep squeezing these guys up. Some old levels up here. Yeah, exactly, John. Yeah, the pain trade. And they got more short again last week, kind of expecting the Fed to maybe try to bail them out. And you saw them, all this short covering that happened yesterday because we went down and that thing just ran back up. It will be interesting to see too because Tuesday was the 13th, so the COT report puts us right there in this upper balance to see where this distribution's at, if they're getting long or short there. Only another 58 points to our target.
The flag has been posted. Now we just need to putt our way to it.
That's not bad though. 10 points twice, that's 20 points. That's a good day.
Yeah, that's a really good day.
Ugh. It stays like this where you wish you held your first entry.
Yeah,
You know,
for sure.
I got long this morning at 8 quarter, 875, 10 quarter, 10, 1050. I mean, rode it up all the way to 3350, so not terrible, but still like they're 20 points higher than that. Yeah, I mean, anywhere that it fails in these single prints, honestly, um, you could probably look for it. I like that 46, 47 area. Get down there, short start the cover again. Single prints don't close. Could be a good spot.
Off to a meeting.
All right. Is this doped? The D dot dot dot? Did you just change your name or is it a different person? The Department of Justice is going to investigate the PGA. What the fuck? Their Tour Live Golf Pact. You know what we need to look into as well is the yen correlation here. Looking at it now, I guess. Let's chill. Because the yen got smoked yesterday. 6J. Oh no, it went up yesterday. There it is. Look to see if there's a reoffer here. You would assume that they try to reoffer this level, even right here, 53, below this 53 quarter where that last offer came in. They should reoffer lower if they're serious about trying to push this thing lower. Nice. Another offer tries to come in. Steps up. Took one off on 55 right there. We're coming right into this area where I'm expecting some resistance like this 57 to 64 area, so I'll just take that one off. I have one left. I'm getting some slowing here. Interesting day today. We've got oil green, gold green, silver green, the VIX is green, bonds are green, and then, pretty much everything else around the board is green. Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, Netflix, Microsoft, Tesla, Nvidia. Java IPO'd at $42 versus their $22. So that's kind of bullish for the market, to be honest. Like things starting to IPO again. Remember in 2020, everyone started fucking IPOing. There's what were those things called? Starts with an S. Specs? No. SPACs? Yeah, SPACs. What are they called? A little bit of a liquidation here. It's real thin on the way down. See some offers pile in above that 50 there. All right, John. We'll catch you later. Have a good day. What's up, Nathan? Oh, we were just talking about. I don't know. We were talking about all kinds of stuff earlier. Bit above 53, 54 area probably takes us back up. Yeah, watch for this bid to step up here. 54, 54 half. Oh, there's a headline that came across that says U.S. government agencies hit in a global cyber attack. Coming out on CNN, so how reliable that is. Big offer sitting on that 55 half there. Shorts just got stuck on that 52 half right there. Let's see if they try to bid through that 55 half. Yeah. You can see we're starting to develop a little double distribution. So when we see something like this, my volume on? Can you guys hear me? I'll make sure. Okay, it's working.
Yeah.
So when we see this double distribution like this, we're kind of seeing this upper distribution. If we start to not see this continuation to the upside, and we start to put in 4 TPOs, typically, and not always, but a decent rule of thumb is to at least help you pay attention. When we start to get 4 TPOs wide somewhere on a trend day, typically that's telling us that the trend is coming to an end, or at least getting a little bit weaker. And it should kind of alert you to just at least pay attention. So we've got about, I mean, we just opened up, was this F period that we're in now? E period, F period, yeah, F period. So as F period opens up, if we trade, if we trade lower, this, there's some short stuck on this F low, but if we start to get 4 TPOs wide, that's kind of telling us that the trend is slowing down, and then to be a little bit careful buying up higher and be more patient waiting for these pullbacks on a trend day. Hello? Curtis. Okay. Good. Okay.
So basically, we're ranging in the same area. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, not for a little while. Been
I mean, it's
from about like
what?
58 to 46 for like the past hour.
Yeah.
$55,000 or 5,500 miles of pipeline? What do you mean? Oh, for this from the cyber attack. Interesting. Not really having any effect um on the market at all. Oil still trading higher, up 2%.
Are you still in your long from 35?
Yeah. Just one lot left though, so I'll probably just end up leaving it on. I might stop at 43.75 or below the
So right there below
singles.
the singles. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Short started to cover when we got down to that 44 last time, so I mean you probably could even move it up to there because if we go back down to that 47, 46 area, we probably do end up trading all the way down to like the 41, maybe even 439. I'm just trying to give it room so I can not really have to do anything. I'm not really having to manage it at all. I'm just letting it kind of go. I gotta leave soon anyways to go get the kids, so I'm gonna have to. Mostly Europe and Africa. And so as we're getting close to the end of this period, right, like we talked about, we got a double distribution profile, with excess here. But we know that there was a bit of short covering. More shorts got stuck. We moved up to distribute higher. If we don't continue to get this continuation to the upside, and we start to put in 4 TPOs right here, there's decent odds that we do get that rollover to at least test back into the upper boundaries of this distribution, right? So if we assume unfair high distribution, this unfair low and unfair high for this lower distribution, unfair low, right? That's kind of how you treat it. And so, I mean, it looks like we're trying to get continuation here, but if we don't get it, your opportunity is going to come in down here. When we see the volume profile similar to like this, and we have these weak spots on the way up, that's kind of telling us that short-term inventory is getting stuck, right? So on that move down in F, you probably got more stuck shorts, and it does look like shorts got stuck like on 48 and then short covering 47. All right, D. Have a good day. Catch you later. Apple coming down here a little bit. Do you have a link for that map that you're talking about? They're trying to reoffer this 55.75 here. Got it. Bids need to show up right here, or else you probably see some downside back towards like this 48 level. I gotta go pick up the kids, so I will be back. I'm not exactly sure when. I'll be probably gone. I'll probably be back closer to the close than anything. Um, yeah, other than that, you guys take it easy and I'll be back. All right. So the move up continues here. 85. Maybe we will get to that magic 4808 today. Or 4408, 4508, 4808. How'd everyone's afternoon go?
Now? I'm just about break even after Stacy told me to loosen up.
To loosen up?
Yeah, stops are too tight.
What were your stops at?
Like, so 4, 8, 2 points.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's tight. Especially on a day where we get into expansion, like it's tough to run such a tight stop.
So he told me to go to 10, even 20, and I did, and I won 3 trades right in a row. I have a hard time with trend days. He said he did too. When you look back at a trend day, it looks so easy, but when you're in it,
Yep.
it's hard.
Yeah, definitely.
You look back at it and you go, how did I miss that? Like, it just kept going. And so, like you were saying earlier, like, people fight the trend. Yeah, I was like waving my hand. That's me.
Yeah, and it's tough too because like once you've been burned by a trend day, sometimes once it starts to go up, you're like, I can't get in now. This I'd be getting in at the high, and then it keeps going up another 20 points, and you're like, I can't get in now. Definitely buying the high. And it goes another 20 points, and you're like, shit.
Yeah, those days like suck when you miss all that. Stop. They're not talking to you. Stop.
What's the 74 area? Shorts cover right there.
Hey, can you hear me good?
Hey, what's up, bro? Yeah.
All good, man. How you doing?
No, just chilling.
Where are you picking these numbers out from, Brad?
What do you mean?
Like targets when we're this high up, just from the daily.
Yeah, just from the daily chart. Just kind of seeing where like you see a lot of like closes and opens and stuff like that, like the equilibrium numbers.
Okay, cool. Yeah, kind of like what'd you say? Oh, 08.
Yeah, 4508 is a level that I have above. Yeah.
Like a lot of lows,
Yep.
closes, highs. Yeah, got you.
Yeah, it was like resistance, and then it was support for a second, and then became resistance again.
It's crazy when you start getting up here and then you start putting in a daily chart or even like a weekly chart. You're like, oh, we're not even that far from the high.
Yeah, we're like 6 or 7% from the high. Yeah, crazy. How much
Like
we've
when we
moved.
was, well, yeah, like and when we was down at like the under the 4000s, it felt like we were miles away from the high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So would you say we've broken this kind of major down trend on the daily time frame?
Yeah, it seems like it to me.
That was kind of like the last kind of point, wasn't it? Right at the like 44.50.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like if we pull over the daily, like we pretty much had broken this downtrend um in February here. We kind of got back below it, but then we came back above it, but then we just kind of stayed right at it, and then now we're finally getting that kind of break from balance. So you figure like there's so much inventory here just stuck that's just getting squeezed on this move up. And then that 4508 is kind of where I think that we're probably trying to go. I didn't think it would go there today though. But
What was the expected range for today?
it was like 36 points.
I'm at like 80, right?
Yeah, we're at like almost 80. Yep.
Yeah, I accidentally deleted the thing on the bottom of the chart that tells me the range, and I didn't know what it was to get it back on.
Oh, it's if you go to
On
your
the CPR
yeah, if you go to your studies and then go to
study.
your TPO, it
Yeah,
is like down towards the bottom, and it'll say like chart value 1 to be displayed for the profile.
yeah.
And then just pick one of them as the range, and it'll show the range.
Yeah, I must have changed a setting where it's just not showing any information under the TPR.
Hmm.
It's just the days like you've got, but nothing. You see like the info underneath.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I wonder why it's not doing that. Weird.
Yeah, because it's nice just to glance at rather than fucking have to look at the bottom and look at top.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you got any trades since you got back, Brad?
No, I probably won't take any more trades.
You still in that long?
No, it took it off at 73.
Yeah, if I had
Yeah, well,
stayed in that trade at 40 and rode it all the way up to fucking 80. Oh
yeah,
man,
there was
that
there was a perfect trade in H. Came down, tested the the double distribution weak spot with the
oh,
singles.
sure enough.
Couldn't take the ELO. That was a nice entry.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, I mean, I should have just held my first fills
Coiling pretty
today.
tight there as well in that area. It's pretty tight range.
Yeah. Yeah, and
So,
it traded sideways there for a little while too.
yeah, built up some inventory and took off. You think that's just people where we're like looking at these kind of daily levels there, Brad, like the 50 and stuff is people on like bigger time frames getting short there and then getting squeezed out.
I think that was just retail getting short there. I think the only people that are getting short today are probably retail, because it looks like bigger money got squeezed early this morning, and then people kind of re-shorted.
All
And
right, but
then,
yeah, that's what the big excess was on the log.
yeah. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
it was
mean, we
like a
basically opened and went straight up.
yeah, yeah, and the overnight inventory was all short.
Yep. Yeah, I wish I would just held those first entries. I got filled early this morning. 8 quarter, 875, 10 quarter, 10, 1050. Just would have held those all day. It would have been up.
I always get wary. I
think
always get wary when there's so much excess. I think they're going to come and test a little bit of it. I know after we had the double distribution and stuff, I wasn't thinking that, but like B, C, I know it's better to be on the long side, but I'm always thinking there's so much excess there. Surely we're going to get a little test into it, but it's just
Yeah.
fucking kept
I was talking to Roach earlier. He said he can send you that mirror if you need it.
going.
Sorry, just kidding. I didn't stay in my trade either. I could have gotten a lot of points too.
Well, I took that trade up to, where's this trade at? I took that trade up to, last exit was 35, and then I got back in 33 quarter, 33 quarter, went off at 43.75, took one off at 54.75, took one off at 73. I mean, it basically was the same trade, just got out and got back in, but could
And you
have
got in
just,
lower even.
yeah.
Lower than you get out. I can't say it was the easiest day to trade, but it was not bad. If you were following the market profile. It was not horrible.
Yeah, we basically one time framed up most of the day, other than a couple of periods.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much all day.
H basically just a little liquidation, and it just got bought straight back up. Or do you think there's people covering there?
Probably
From
both.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and without, like, I mean, basically just showed its hand too, without those single prints filling, shows that there's just a big lack of supply, and They just kept squeezing them up, and then once they realized they couldn't close it, then the buying just started.
When we get a high like this, Brad, you after like a long move up, you think it's just people just don't want to buy up here because it's so close to the end of the day, or?
Yeah. Yeah, and then tomorrow we have what news do we have tomorrow? I think we have like unemployment or something tomorrow. Let's see. So we have some. Oh no, tomorrow we don't have shit, just consumer sentiment.
Fridays is usually not a big day, a big news day, because it's last day of trust trading day. Well, often, I shouldn't say never, but it's just not often that we have big news.
Fed Bullard's going to be on tomorrow at 3 a.m. Eastern time. He'll probably say something bearish. The market will probably puke. It'll pop
You
on
mean
the
in
open.
3 a.m. in your time?
Yeah.
That's like the UK Open, I'm guessing. Well,
Yeah, it is. Yeah, tomorrow I kind of think that we do get a little bit of a sell-off. I doubt like any weaker-handed buyers that are buying on this rally that we've had. This past couple of days, are gonna hold through the long weekend. I mean, even just from the breakout point, the market's up from the breakout at the top of that balance, the market's almost up 5% today total. And if you measure like from the October low, let's see here, October low.
Just thinking, why are you guys lazy? Why are you opening up the markets at 9:30?
25. What time do your guys' markets open up? 8 o'clock?
Yeah, 8 a.m. Yeah, and we show up at 4:30. Get proper days working. Laying your time.
I think they
I'm
do
gonna
it
guess
because we have the time zones.
Yeah, to match the other times. Yeah.
See, America is just so big, as 4 time zones. Like as big as Europe, basically. 25% from the October low. Jesus. But I mean, that's why, because and you've got technically like the futures market opens up at 8:30, but it's Chicago time. Because it's the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, the CME.
Was it originally based in? Is it still based in Chicago? Like, yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Right.
it's still in Chicago. Yeah, the
I think the
CME.
futures market is.
Yeah, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange and the Chicago Board of Trade are all still in Chicago. That's why Tasty Trade goes off at Chicago time.
Just don't start moving properly till the stocks can trade.
Right, exactly. Well, I mean, that's when they open. That's when they open, because 8:30 Chicago time is 9:30 my time.
Oh, right, got you. All right, I got you. Okay, cool.
That's why Tasty Trade, like their hours. When I first started watching them, I got all fucked up, and they're like coming on at top of the hour, and I'm like, top of the hour? It's like right fucking now. What are you guys talking about? But it was because they were talking about like an hour behind, basically.
I wonder if the futures market was really the main trading before even the NYSE, because of course futures would have been based on like physical things like bacon and pig or pork futures and
animals, yeah.
And animals, and those would be the stockyards, which would have been out of Chicago, versus the stock trades, which are based on companies.
Well, you had like the New York Stock Exchange, and then the Chicago Board of Trade, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. and so they just kind of traded differently, but they're still. I think the stock exchange came before the CME because trading had to happen before people started hedging, I guess. But I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
CME was around in 1972, so it had to be
After.
after. Yeah,
Yeah.
NYSE has been around since the 1800s.
Yeah. That makes sense.
1817 was when the NYSE was created. This would be the third time M has run up and not gone anywhere. Keeps rejecting off that 77.5.
That's a big offer. Stacked right there, 77, 75, and 78, 444 lots, and then 350.
I wonder who would be buying this. Oh, so this has to be short covering. There's no way that anybody's like actively buying at this late point in the day. True.
Yeah, somebody
Oh, not quite 78.
somebody jumped up to try to buy that, and then someone moved down to sell it right there.
I feel like there's going to be a decent liquidation. but maybe not.
Below that 73 starts to get a little bit slippery.
I think these last 10 minutes are going to say a lot about what happened today.
I reckon I'll probably just run it in the overnight.
Run it down.
Yeah, probably. As soon as it closes, that's just take them singles.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if they were going to take them out.
Probably end the day on a spike to the upside. They're all
And
just
then what you
buying.
think? Just keep going with the overnight, or do you think it will pull back in and then continuation tomorrow?
It depends kind of like what they're up to be honest. Like I think, you know, a lot of people got a short cover here before the close. We're way above the T2 high, so gotta get out of their positions. But it like tomorrow, if we open up on a gap higher, which is probably what we will do just because there's so much short covering. So unless we get a seller that comes in Globex and tries to push the market down, we probably are going to open gap higher tomorrow, especially since we're finishing at the top of the profile. And then what I could see, because nobody wants to hold it into the weekend, is that they kind of hold the market just barely above today's high, then liquidate hard and fast, and people will be buying these pullbacks, but it won't work. Tomorrow we'll trade lower, but that's what I would do if I was a market maker. That's how I would take profit.
And when you get up this hybrid where you don't really have much levels, what are you doing? Just trading the profile from the day with like a couple of key daily levels?
Yeah, just basically just trying to play the daily distributions. Yeah, that's it. You kind of have to like for the first period or the second period, I'm trying to play the Globex distributions. And then once we start to form their own distributions throughout the day, then I just try to play those. There's not really much you can do. You know, we don't have any key levels.
Recent info. Yeah.
Yeah.
You go back and you start trying to mark out balances from all that time ago. It's just fucking they won't hold.
Yeah, exactly. And who knows? Like, you know, they valued it in the past at this level, but you know, that was a different contract, different time. Like, who knows what's gonna happen now?
So you just kind of try and pick out some key daily levels for targets, yeah.
Yeah, and then read the order flow, like the DOM, to try to see what they're up to. I think tomorrow we probably trade a little bit lower because we're heading into a long weekend, and I don't think many people want to hold to the weekend. Especially, I mean, Microsoft's all the way at the high almost. Like everything's just at the high. It's Tesla at today, up 3%.
Yeah, the sectors. Look at that. Got financials is tech's up 30.
Ooh. Can't wait to watch the fucking closing bell with Tom and Tony, because Tom's short Meta. He shorted Meta on Tuesday too, or yesterday, Wednesday actually. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Is Meta doing well?
Well, they're up 3.5% today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it'd be on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Oh, sure enough. I thought
They're-
they were
I think
down.
I'm going to that thing next week, bro.
Oh fuck yeah, nice. Yeah, they were talking about it today. He's not going to be on the show at all because he's going to be in London.
What are they going up for? What happened?
Meta?
Yeah.
Nothing. They're just a tech stock.
Yeah, it's on the 24th, next Saturday.
Yeah, all the FANG stocks are up.
NA.
I'm gonna go to because it'll be a cool event, but I'm thinking that it's gonna be predominantly about options.
Yeah. It would be cool just to network, right? Maybe you'll meet somebody that's like local that trades and stuff too, and like can always
Yeah,
get
you
some
can just
ideas
chop
and
it up
shit.
with. Yeah.
Hopefully everyone's not old as fuck like at that Jim Dalton event. Did you see
I'm
that picture?
sure they will. I'm sure a majority. Actually, Tasty Trade's kind of a younger crowd, I guess.
Their employees are, yeah. Besides Tom and
Yeah,
Tony.
yeah. I saw that. Yeah, I saw. It's like an OAP reunion.
Oh yeah, the Jim Dalton thing.
Yeah, where they sit around the table.
Yeah, yeah. The youngest person is probably Peter Rezenchek.
Yeah, it looks like they took a trip to the fucking old people's home.
Yeah.
Still though, if you went to it and you're the youngest one there, I'm sure you can. The older they are, the more knowledgeable.
Say that again.
The older they are, the more experienced, the more knowledgeable they could be. You know.
Yeah, yeah. I guess that's true. And the Jim Dalton crowd, like he has a lot of like retired personnel too. He always talks about like retired lawyers and pilots and shit, like looking to do something with their free times. I mean, Jim himself is fucking what, 80?
Yeah, I don't think I'd be teaching at 80.
No, me neither.
You'd hope to, like, if you had something you wanted to teach, that you got it all together, like, before you get to 80.
Well,
The
it's kind of
information you want to get out there is what I mean, you know?
yeah. It's kind of probably like a love of the game for him. You know what I mean? Like he loves the market, so teaching it is fun.
Yeah, I guess it keeps him fit. It keeps a job kind of vibe, you know? And it's
Yeah,
probably all on his time.
exactly.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
it is.
Probably fucking doing a holiday in between them fucking things.
Well, one of the seminars he did, he was on like a fishing trip or something.
Yeah, the fucking seminars. One person's payment covers the fucking holiday.
Yeah, true.
He goes
I had a
fishing and
boss.
comes back with profit.
I had a
Um,
boss that did masterminds. They would charge 25K a pop per person.
Where's that at?
It was a company. It's a company that's non-defunct, but we would bring people on site and we'd charge them 25K to do a mastermind. Basically, we'd bring them in, we'd house them for a week, and we'd basically take their product and go through, create videos, create funnels, and then at the end they would have something that was launchable.
Yeah.
He's now the owner of ClickFunnels.
25K in 5 days sounds good to me, especially you got 10 people there.
Yeah.
Oh, we had, so the first time we did it, I think we had 8 people, and then
That would do.
it went from there. He was actually working his way up to getting to a point where he was charging 100K for a mastermind. So he wanted different levels. So you'd have a 25K level, you'd have a 50K level, and then you'd have a 100K level.
Yeah, to make you feel like you're not getting the most from the 25K one. Fuck, I've got to do that 50K one now.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And then I've got to do the 100K one. Oh shit, I just spent 200K on a course.
There's a level of exclusivity for sure.
Mm. 2,000 contracts trading on that 69 right now.
You think that's someone just dumping out of a long before the close?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Someone's probably just buying right there, holding it so they can just buy out of their short. Somebody's heavily short up at the top. The point of control's at the top, so someone probably shorted this shit out of that high and then just
Just move up, right? It
yeah.
must. Yeah, when I looked maybe 2 minutes ago, it was in the middle distribution.
Yeah, it just popped up like
basically a triple, right?
Yeah, triple distribution.
I think we're getting to Oh, we're getting close to.
Close the singles to the tick there. Closes in like, well, 10, 20 seconds. Yeah, see, I think someone was just closing a short right there. All right. Well, that's the bell. A little bit of a review from today. We've got 2 sets of single prints. I would still classify this as a mechanical level, right? So we can go ahead and mark that out. I'll just call it mech. But we've definitely got a triple distribution today, a trend day, right? I had talked about oftentimes when we start to see 4 TPOs wide, we typically start to get a break. It looks like a break happened, but was bought up as too many shorts were trapped below in the lower distribution. Caused another short covering rally. Market rallied up, formed another distribution higher, and is so far holding this upper distribution. And so here, I mean, you can kind of see the distributions on the right side, right? We put in this distribution right in between those single prints, so it's pretty easy, right? You kind of have this sloppy distribution here, and then we've got this upper distribution. Kind of, I would kind of ignore this, but draw it like that. So like 69 and above, and then 58 to 46, and then really, you know, probably 39.5 down to that 26, and then another distribution below. So what we can kind of expect from tomorrow is not really much. We got a huge range today. We've got a bunch of levels below us, but they're much lower, so you know, it would take a pretty decent size liquidation. What will be nice is that we, oh, sorry, see you later, Uncle Stacy. What will be nice is that we'll get to see that COT report, and that COT report's going to be coming from this day here, a very tight range day. So it gives us an idea of most likely that this squeeze that happened is probably those leveraged funds continuing to get short because, you know, they're into that pseudo-masochism. You know, they like that pain. But yeah, other than that, that's pretty much it. You guys have a wonderful day. Make sure that you're managing risk and sticking to your trade plan. And I will catch you all tomorrow.